Everyone. Nice to see you at the easel. Today we are going to be painting the stained glass mermaid from the prefect's bathroom as it appears in the Goblet of Fire. Now, the image that I'm using is actually from a pin that I got at the parks, and I just kind of zoomed in on it. And I do have it traceable on my Patreon. You can join for just $1 to be able to access this month's traceable, and I think it's $4 to get through any of the previous traceables. The traceable looks like this. I haven't put quite that much detail on here because I'm working on a much larger canvas than usual. This is an 18 by 24 canvas, and I've sketched my design in using watercolor pencil because watercolor pencil will, with a little bit of water, smooth out my lines. And you can kind of see where I was sketching it. I didn't use my own traceable because this was so big. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kind of jump into the colors we're going to be using and kind of zoom in on the picture. You can kind of see the reference image off to the left, but here it is a little bit bigger. So we're going to be using lots of blues, some greens, some yellows, and sort of a gray. This is a little less vibrant than something that I would typically paint. So we're going to be using probably our brilliant blue, light blue, and those will be for like the water areas. I'm going to be using burnt sienna. I will be using light green and green deep, as well as cadmium yellow, deep hue, and cadmium orange hue. All right, because my canvas is so big, I'm going to be using slightly larger brushes. I am going to use a 1-inch flat, probably when I do these outer areas here. I am going to be using a 5/8 angle brush. This will help me with getting clean lines when I'm doing my the framework. A lot of it will probably be done with a 2-inch line and a size 2, not 2-inch, a size 2 line brush and a 4 filbert. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and put my background in first because this isn't the bulk of my painting. Like, this is just sort of what's going to make what's in the middle stand out. And when I'm going to want to ultimately paint over that to have that nice smooth line. And because this is inside Hogwarts and it's a dark old castle, I probably am going to use black and kind of grayscale it. Nothing too distinct because, like I said, it's not the main part. But I do want to fill it in first. So I'm going to put black on my palette. And I'm going to use my 1-inch brush, and I'm just going to cross hatch it in. And I'm intentionally wanting these brush strokes to show to create texture. Like, we're not going for full coverage here. We want this kind of messy, like we want it scumbled. And if you're painting at home and you know you're not going to frame your artwork, make sure to do the tops and sides of your canvas as you go, or save it to the end if you like. We're just going to keep creating that X over and over and over again without too much thought. This is one of those things where in this background, you are not going to overthink it. We are just filling in that space. And you do want to make sure that whatever you're painting on is relatively stable. As you can see, I'm kind of shaking my easel as I'm doing this just because I'm literally forcefully throwing it through here. And when you get down to these thin areas, you know, just get as close and then just kind of do a quick little line there. You do not want to spend a whole lot of time on this because, like I said, it's not your main event. It's just what's going to make everything in the middle pop. And like I said, don't neglect your sides. And I'm just going to do this real quick. You can see I did smudge my line, and that's okay because, like I said, I'm going to be putting it back in when I go to actually do my framework. And even down here, even though I've gone straight, I still want to kind of reinforce that X, that texture. And then part of the reason you want to do this so quickly is you still want the paint wet when you go back in with your gray. Because we're not going to leave this flat black. We're going to put a little bit of something in there. And I may break out my sponges when I do that. You can get little artist sponges, or you can just use a little bit of a kitchen sponge. Just something that generates a little bit of texture. And again, at this point, we are just dry brushing. There is no water on your brush. And it is probably a good idea to start with the bottom, only so that way later, when you've got your hands down, you'll have to blow dry your artwork to then start working on filling in the middle space. So if you're doing something small, start at the bottom. And you don't need a whole lot of paint to do this. This little well was all I had in there. It's very small, and I'm doing this whole space with just that little bit of black. I filled it flat. So you don't need a whole lot of paint to get this done. If you feel like you are using a lot more than that, then you are probably putting way too much paint on your brush. And also, you should never put so much paint on your brush that it touches the metal of your paintbrush. That means that you are putting way too much paint on the brush for the size of the brush you're using. And it's not good for the longevity of your brush. And you are not trying to eliminate all the little white spots that are going to exist when you're dry brushing. Because like I said, we're not done yet. We are just kind of filling in this space here. It's not finished. Right. And if you do like I did down here, kind of overshoot the mark, don't worry about it. You can clean up your line when we go to do the actual frame. Okay, and I'm just going to hit my sides real quick with a little bit of black paint that I still have left, and then I'm going to go dip in and create a gray. All right, and I'm going to hit the other side real fast. Oops, sorry. Okay, now let's create a little bit of gray. And we still want this to be mostly kind of dark, so I'm just putting the barest little bit of white in there. Like my black to white ratio kind of looks like that. And I'm not going to thoroughly mix it. I kind of want it to mix itself as I'm putting it down. And you can see that it's not all blended, and I'm not trying to get this like perfectly blended here. And I don't even necessarily want it the same kind of shade throughout. This is a textured wall. And you don't want to over mix it. You do want parts of it to be slightly darker and slightly lighter than the rest, because that's how stonework would have looked. It wouldn't be uniform. It would be very naturally kind of occurring. Smoky. And don't forget to do a little bit down at the bottom. And like I said, I'm not doing the whole area. I'm just kind of putting some in some areas and kind of finishing out my line there, my outline. Okay, and put a little on the sides. And I'll put a little down here. And I still want to bring a couple more areas in. So I'm going to put a little just white on my brush. Not a lot, just a small amount, just to kind of mix it in a couple of areas. I want to lighten a few areas up. Okay, I think I'm almost happy with it. Just a few more little patches. Okay, so we've got kind of like the beginning of our texture in there. Okay, and at this point I am going to go ahead and rinse off my brush. And wipe the excess water off the side into the inside of the cup. And I'm going to let it lay out. You never let your brushes sit in your water. It's very bad for your brushes. What it will do is it will cause the wood to swell, and ultimately the metal brush bit will fall off the edge of the brush. So a little bit of brush maintenance there. All right. Now, if your water has gotten really super gross, you will want to change it. Mine has gotten very nasty with that. So I'm going to take a second and I'm going to go and rinse out my brush. I'll be right back. Okay, armed with some fresh water in my cup, I am going to start painting in my scene. Okay, so I'm going to grab my little reference image and my traceable here, and I kind of got this mermaid shape here going on in the middle, right? So I'm going to take my watercolor pencil. And if I thought about it, I probably would have traced this part in earlier, but we live, we learn, we grow. All right, so her bust kind of comes at that middle mark there. So I'm gonna do a little shape like that. And that's sort of where her tail kind of disappears into the rock. All right, so we've got the front part of her shape. Actually, I think I may have moved that over. Let's slide that over. Okay, and the bottom side of her. Right, we've got kind of her arm, kind of telling that little bit of a story. Okay. And her other arm. And we've got kind of her hair. Kind of like that. Oh. And this should have gone a little bit lower. So let's fix this. And this is why a watercolor pencil. So that way you can make the correction. Right, so that is I had the outline of her arm there, but what I should have done was put in her hair first. And we'll let it go like that. The bottom part of that hair there. This is still a bust. We draw that back in. Well, the rest of that maybe I'll place later. For the meantime, let me go ahead and get the rest of the rock in. And we've got her tail kind of goes into there. And we'll have U shape. There we go. Well, I've messed my dimensions up a little bit, but it is what it is. This is art, and art is subjective. So I'm going to change mine just a tiny bit away from the reference image. It happens. Okay. So I'm going to kind of start filling her in a little bit. And her body is sort of like this, kind of a gray for most of it. So I'm going to go ahead and base fill it in with a very light gray. I may wind up changing my lines a little bit as I go. They're just there as a guideline to help me find spots. And I'm going to use my size 2 line brush. Okay, and her face is sort of here. And it's okay if you're mixing this on their canvas as you're going, because skin tone is not perfectly even, and this is art, and it is going to vary in shades, and it just makes it more interesting if it's not all identical. This is not a paint by numbers, although those are a lot of fun, can be a great deal of fun. Right, and I'm going to change my line a little bit here. Make her bust a little smaller and come in a little more there than I originally drew, more like the reference image. And I'm trying to create some variation in my brush stroke with my gray to blackish ratio, because I want some variation in the color. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of carve out a spot for where that cad yellow is going to go, because she's got like a stripe of yellow that goes on the underside. And yellow is not the easiest color to use over top of another color. Warm colors have a tendency to be semi-transparent, especially when you're using student or lower level student paint. I am using a mix of level 2s and level 1s for yellows, oranges, reds. I always try to use a level 2 because there is more pigment in the paint. It is less transparent. It provides a better quality when you're working. Okay, so I've kind of got her body in there. And now I'm going to finish out with where her tail goes. And I am going to course correct my tail a little bit from where I've drawn it. It should kind of go out to here. And I had it dipping a little lower, because it's kind of winding around this rock. Well, not kind of, it is. It's winding around this rock. And you don't want to paint the tail all the way in, because she does have this yellow in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just kind of going to do up to like a little point here, and I'm going to leave the rest of it kind of blank, other than I am going to outline it. Okay, and I'm going to put a little more white in a couple of areas on her body, just a few strokes, nothing too crazy. I just want to lighten it up a little bit. It's a little too dark. Okay, I'm going to rinse off my brush. And I'm going to do her arm now. And All right, so next to her face, it's kind of this little bit that comes here. There is a space for her hair, so I don't want to put it right up next to her where her shoulder is. So I'm going to just create the socket for the armhole and then kind of extend up. Right, and she's kind of reaching over her head, so it is going to bend. Right, and she's going to have just a little bit of kind of come to a little bit of a point, and we're going to see just a little bit of the idea of fingers there. Now, because this is meant to mimic stained glass, you won't see like a whole lot of detail there. We're just kind of creating the idea that there is an arm here, and I am going to thicken that part out a little bit because the upper arm, her bicep, was just a little too thin. There. Right, now for her other arm. And this one, you're going to see most of it kind of blocked by her hair. So what we're really going to be doing here is kind of her elbow is sort of in line with her bust. So I'm going to create kind of this oval type shape here. And we don't see a whole lot of what's going on there, but I'm going to kind of create the hint of a hand. Nothing too crazy because, like I said, this is not really the point of that, and it's a very small detail. So I'm going to go ahead and rinse my brush. And I'm going to start putting in the yellow of her hair. Right, and I'm going to use Cad Yellow, deep hue. It kind of has almost an orangey look to about it. And you won't need a whole lot of this. We're barely going to be using this. So I'm just using this barest little smidge. Right? And I'm going to fill in here. For her little racing stripe that goes kind of down her hip. I'm going to be putting in all of the little lines that make up stained glass themselves last. It is easier to paint them over top of, so that way you don't have to worry about missing parts of your canvas, or it just makes it look more authentic. Right, so we've got our yellow light racing stripe there going on. And I'm going to put it down here in her tail. Right, and she does have this little bit that goes kind of under her arm. So we're going to do sort of a band right here. And then a sort of sliver of hair here. Okay, I'm going to rinse off my brush. And I'm going to go ahead and put in my cadmium orange hue, and I may mix that with a little bit of the yellow because this orange might be a little too intense. I need to weaken it. Or I might go ahead and just put it up there and then maybe mix it with a little bit of white directly on the canvas. So just so you can kind of see what color that kind of looks like. And it's also the same color for her rock. So I will go ahead and kind of fill that spot. And you can see it's a very, very vibrant orange. And that isn't quite what we want. So I'm going to take a little bit of my yellow and I'm going to mute it a little bit. And maybe mix a little bit of white. There we go. All right. And we've got our filling in our rock shape here. And your gray may still be wet, so just make sure not to brush over top of it. And I'm going to throw a little bit of that plain orange back in the mix, just so that we've got some little bit of color depth going on here. And the rock kind of extends past the tail and even a little bit into this frame over here. Right, so we kind of got this outline of our rock. And you can see I did let my orange get a little lower, so I am cutting off some of the water in here, but you know what, that's okay. We're not trying to create an exact replica, we are creating our own version. Whatever that looks like or what you want it to look like is entirely up to you. All life choices are valid. They're all about validation. Okay. And if you're doing kind of like a color variation in your rock, you do want the darker bits to be towards the bottom because it would be experiencing less sun. Like your light source is up here. If light was shining down naturally, it would be darker towards the bottom than at the top. Okay. And I am going to just quick do my spot over here. Just because I've already got the paint. And that way I can make sure that the rock colors kind of continue and it matches and it's part of the same kind of look. And again, throw in a little bit of that white to kind of take some of the vibrancy out. And I'm cutting it with the yellow. And finishing up the side over here. And tossing in my white, kind of diffuse the color. Okay, so we've got a little bit of our mix here, and I am gonna lighten up the top and darken out the bottom a little bit. Okay, so we've got kind of that going on. I'm pretty happy with that, and I'm gonna rinse my brush. Actually, no, I'm not gonna rinse my brush because this is about the same color as her hair. So I'm gonna go ahead and fill in her hair now. In that same sort of like mixing this cad orange and this cad yellow. And I'm doing most of the mixing on the canvas. I hope everyone is having a wonderful Mother's Day. I myself, I am just a plant mama and a fur baby mama. And I am quite happy with that. Right, and I'm going to go ahead and mix in some of my yellow. Just to kind of tone that vibrant shade down a little. And I am going to throw in a little bit of white. Okay, and I got a little too much paint on my brush for that thin little area there. So I'm going to swipe some of my paint off my brush and come back in and fill this little area between the head and the arm. I have been wanting to do this painting forever, so I'm glad I finally got myself to the easel to get it done. All right, and the hair kind of is going to go up and over the arm a little bit. She's got super voluminous hair. I am so jealous. I did manage to get the perfect victory roll last week. I was so excited. My hair is so limp. So to get it to do anything, it's sort of amazing. You can see pictures from that photo shoot from where I was helping my friend on my Facebook page, Emmy of All Crafts. And I'm going to add a little bit of volume over here because it's a little too shapeless. I want it to really bounce. There. Right, and throw some of that yellow in there and a little bit of that white. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and start the left side of her hair. Right, and it's kind of all up in her hands there, so I'm going to fill that spot. Okay. And she's kind of playing with her hair a little bit here in this scene. I think in the movie she was stroking it, like running her fingers through it. I don't remember exactly. All right. And I should have filled that spot there in with her arm. So I am going to need to make a minor adjustment and come back in with a little bit of gray. And her hair kind of disappears into this side here where it meets her torso end. So I'm going to let it go right in there. Right, I'm going to put a little bit of white in so it looks a little less on fire. Still vibrant, but less fire. And again, the lightest part should be towards the top of her head. That would be where the natural sun is. Okay, rinse off my brush. And we'll finish putting her arm in here. There we go. Okay, so we've got her basic shape in. I am going to put a little bit of white in her tail because I don't think the yellow is popping quite like I wanted. And putting white down before you use yellow usually brightens it up a little bit. There we go. Much happier. Excellent. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of go in and mark off where I need, like in our reference image here, at the top, we've got a little section of yellow at the top of kind of where I've marked off this line for the first third, like that's the first third, the second third, and then the final third. We've got a little bit of a yellow area there that I need to mark. And I should probably go ahead and start penciling off that rounded shape. And it's really sort of like a three-prong piece there. So I'm just kind of do a little three, a little, and then kind of let it sift down. And, oh, maybe that was too much. I need to make it smaller, I think. Now I'll circle back at the end. There we go. All right, so we need to put a little bit of yellow up there. Not a great deal, just a little. I need to put a little more on my palette. Okay, so there's that first one where that yellow is going to be. And then now off to the other side. All right, I got to sketch it in. Grab my watercolor pencil. And I kind of want to make sure it stays in the same kind of mirrors on the other side. So I'm going to grab my little ruler. My poor sewing ruler goes through the wringer. All right, and so I'm just kind of line it up there. So that way I can make sure that this part and that part line up. I don't want it to be way off. All right, and then little 3, little loop, and then let it kind of filter off to the side. All right, and now I'm going to fill that one with yellow. That one's a little big. Okay. And I'm going to fill this side with the yellow so that way it corresponds. And it has the same little horizon line. And I like that this has this yellow in here when the above area of it is going to be so dark. So it's going to make that archway like really pop. Like whoever did the artwork for this, major kudos to them. It was very good planning. Okay. So kind of got that area filled in. I'm going to rinse my brush. All right, and now most of the rest of this area here is going to be blue. It's going to have some lighter areas too, but it is mostly going to be blue. So I'm going to go ahead and start filling that in. And I'm going to switch over to my filbert, my size 4 filbert. Nothing that's so unwieldy that I won't be able to control where it's going on my canvas. And I'm going to use Brilliant Blue. Basic blue would be fine. Phthalo blue, if you're going to use it, mix it with some white. It's a little bit dark. Ultramarine would give it more of a purple hue. So I don't really recommend that. And it would be very dark. But if that's the look you're wanting, go for it. Like I said, all decisions are valid life choices. Ooh, got a little bit of paint on my hands. Hold please. Okay. And I'm going to fill all of this below that yellow line in. And I'm not going to do this in any distinct kind of way because I'm going to ultimately go over this and add black lines to make that stained glass appearance. So I'm going to do the same thing like I did for my background. I'm just going to kind of cross hatch it in. I like Brilliant Blue for this because the contrast against the yellow is so severe. It's beautiful. And when you swipe it like this, you can really see the line work up close. And it just adds a beautiful layer of dimension. So I'm just cross hatching it in and then just letting it go flat up against the line there. By creating movement in the water, you're creating this idea that the water is not tranquil. And of course it won't be. There are mermaids living in there. It is not tranquil water. Especially if you've listened to, well, I imagine their voice underground does sound better, but still, that's kind of a fearsome, like, the Black Lake is scary. Okay, so I've got that first one filled in, and the same thing is going to occur on the other side. And again, I'm just kind of cross hatching it in. Nothing too fancy here. I'm just filling in the box. And if you make a boo-boo, you can always wait for it to dry and then paint over it. Never try to fix a mistake if it's a big one while it is still wet. You'll make your mistake even larger by doing so. Easier to just take a 30-second breather, grab the hair dryer, dry it, and then paint over it. Depending on what color it is, you may have to lay some white down first to do your correction. All right. And now for the midsection. So the midsection, the blue stops just a little above where her hand goes. And I made my mermaid much bigger to scale than was on the original reference image because I didn't really want a whole lot of that in there, of the yellow and the little Hogwarts. You can see Hogwarts is meant to be there. So I'm gonna take it down a tiny bit, and for me, the blue is gonna stop probably where her hair is. And then it will be sort of the background of Hogwarts there. All right, so now I'm gonna kind of fill this area in. If you use the traceable, it would all be to scale. I just didn't use it for myself. That's more of a tool in case you are nervous about painting. And that traceable, like I said, is available on Patreon. Just $1 and you can have the traceable. It's a little PDF image, and it also has the original reference image downloaded there. So that way you've got all of the colors and the scale all there, and you can use that with a projector if you're doing like what I'm doing and painting it on something much larger than the actual size. That will definitely help. And I'm a little out of brilliant blue, so I'm going to add some more brilliant blue to my palette. Blue is my favorite color to paint with. It's probably my most used color. I don't think I've painted anything that didn't have at least some blue in it somewhere. It would be highly irregular for me. And I'm not going to get super close to my mermaid because I want to go in and do that with my line brush. But I want to fill in as much of the bigger areas as I can with my filbert. Goblet of Fire is probably my favorite of the Harry Potter films. It was the first one that I ever asked the DVD for my folks for the holidays. And since then, I was like, oh, okay. What about, and then I went back and watched Prisoner of Azkaban, and then I watched them all out of order originally, and then went back in and watched all of them in the correct sequence. And now I do that every year at Hanukkah. We do a whole Harry Potter Hanukkah thing, and it's all, because there are 8 movies, 8 nights. We watch one movie for each of the 8 nights. And I cast up my wand and say Lumos because it's the Festival of Lights. So it's very kind of fun in that respect. I know it's a little unconventional and there's a lot of controversy surrounding her, but we still love the world she made. I just don't want to support her financially. So that's part of the reason why for anything Harry Potter inspired, I prefer to paint it myself. That way I'm not attributing any money to her in any way. I'm just enjoying the world she created. And definitely this will be much faster if you were not using such a large canvas, but I wanted this in my living room next to some of my other large paintings for balance. Right, and at this point, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my line brush because I've run out of room. Again, rinse off your brush, but do not leave it in your water can. Right, moving on to my size 2 line brush. And I'm just going to finish outlining kind of where I couldn't quite get close with the filbert without absolutely destroying the work that I'd already done. I bet Jessica would be very happy from the Grand Darlings right now with this orange and blue motif, along with Marina, being that they are UF graduates. And they just did this Race to Dressember thing as a charity. I definitely recommend you check out on Facebook the group the Disney Dapper Darlings. It may be in there as the D3 Darlings if you're curious about all of those shenanigans that happen at Disney and at Universal. One of the things I'm working on in addition to this is I do a lot of sewing. I probably sew. Last year I did, I think, 52 garments in a year, or garment pieces, apparel items. I'm on track to do a little more than that this year. But I'm also sewing my sister-in-law's wedding dress. I'm very excited about that. Let me know if you'd like to see any of my sewing content on Twitch. I haven't worked out how I can record that without the audio getting destroyed by the sewing machine, but if there's an ask for it, I'll find a way. Or if you know a way, please share that with me. I'd love to know. I imagine it's a software setting on my microphone to where it doesn't pick it up. Okay, so we've got our blue in. All right, and now I'm going to kind of move on to the next area. In this lower area, we've got a little bit, and it's sort of mirrored at least a little bit, some yellow for some maybe rocks, and then trees, and then we kind of see the landscape of Hogwarts kind of in this section. All right, so we're going to go ahead and grab our cad yellow. And it's sort of like an outcropping. You see a little square kind of here. And a little smaller one next to it. And it looks like there's like a little one that's kind of up here. You can move these around at your will, at your, desire and choice. I'm not trying to say super true to this, to my reference image, but I want to make sure it's clear that that's what it is, even if it's not super close or if I change a few elements. Okay, so we've kind of got that there, and I'm going to go and do green first, but there is a section of yellow that kind of has to happen right above where all of this is happening. Again, more of these rocks that lead up to the school, this pathway of water. Oh yeah, I could totally do voiceover. I'd have to find music that won't get copyright stricken, but that is a fabulous idea. Love that. It would just not, it couldn't do it live. It would be a recording. If I could work out a way to do it live, I'd be that much more pleased with myself. But I could always do a recording and then post it to YouTube. And all of the live streams I do on here do get saved, recorded, and uploaded to YouTube after the fact. All right, so kind of got this yellow rock outcropping over here. And we've got a little more, like we want to leave some area for that kind of tree story that's happening there, but a little bit of this kind of rock outcropping here. And like I said, I'm not trying to be super specific with this because I'm going to be doing a lot of the detail work when I draw in my black lines that kind of make the overall shape of the stained glass. So for now, I am just sort of color blocking. Okay, and we're going to have a little more of this over here. And I'm going to let it go all the way over here. And we want a little bit of a section up here that shows sort of like the rock that makes up this overlook where the castle sits. So it's going to kind of go here. And I'm not going to go higher. I'm going to just work from the bottom up. Oh, hours long. Oh, I don't know that I would finish a whole garment on a stream. It would be more of a walking through of a process or working on a specific piece or something that I was super excited about. I think the longest stream I've ever done was maybe 3.5 hours. Some of them can be quite long. I think that one was, I think it was a dot painting I did for one of the Disney villains. Okay, so now I'm going to go in and I'm going to take my light green. Okay, so I'm going to start putting in this context of grass. All right, and it's kind of I'm gonna let it slope kind of into this area. I'm gonna let it fill in this space. I'm still using my line brush because I'm ad hoc moving into smaller and larger areas. But especially if you were doing this on a much smaller canvas, you'd probably be doing using a line brush or a detail brush for most of this part. And I'm going to put a little smidge of white in there because I kind of want to see the lines a little smoother. There we go. Okay, and Do a little on the other side, and then I'm going to grab my burnt sienna to do a handful of these little tree trunks that exist in here. So I've got kind of green that goes up to about here, and then it's going to stop, and there's going to be like a tree trunk there. So I'm going to fill in that space, and then go back in and add my tree trunk. I don't know how Gertie does it with all of those recordings. That doing all of that voiceover work. I did a voiceover for like a 2-minute long video a couple of months ago, and that about killed me. Stitching all the different parts of the video together, trying to make sure that there was no background noise in any of the recording itself. Mad props to her team. Okay. All right, now I'm going to rinse off my brush. I'm going to grab some burnt sienna. I am going to lighten it a lot, so I'm literally only going to put the barest smidge because I'm barely going to use any brown here, and this is really dark. Yeah, she definitely has a good team. She'd have to. She could never do it if she didn't have a great team. Okay. And the tree kind of goes halfway up. So I'm going to mark that kind of this space there for that. And then again, on the other side, these panels are kind of mirrored. Right, and it comes in the center and about the same kind of height. So I'm just going to drag it down. And I'm going to fill it in a little. Burnt sienna is a very dark brown. I used a lot of white to get this medium brown shade. And a little more white on this side. Okay, so we kind of got that in there. And that one, I mean, they do have a little bit of a branch. So I will go ahead and create the idea of where this branch is. There's a little one on this side. And a little one that goes clear into the side of the frame on there. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in. And on this side, it does the same kind of thing, extends off into the frame. And we've got a little one towards the top. Okay, I'm gonna rinse my brush. And I'm gonna work on filling in more of that green, all right? So it's kind of gonna be, because this is the top of my tree, I'm gonna have a little bit of a fluffy bit there. Instead of happy little trees, we've got fluffy little trees. That's my shtick, fluffy trees. And the bulk of this is now going to be filled in with green, although we although I do see where I've got a small little hint of a tree on this side that I didn't put in. So let me just quick put that in. We've got another little spot here. And one that's way off to the side of the frame over here on this side. Okay, rinse and go back to my frame. And literally all of this area is going to get filled in green. But I am going to like do some shapes here in the middle of it, so that way my brush strokes tell the story of sort of how the tree gets shaped. So even though it has all of these other bits here, I want to make sure it's clear that we've got kind of the idea of two trees here. So my brush strokes over here are going to be rounded this way, kind of forming a C around my little stump here. And then doing the same kind of method here. You're telling a story with the shape of the brushstroke. We've kind of got this suggestion of tree that's off into the next frame. Okay, and I'm going to take a little bit of white. I'm going to place some just white down where I'm going to paint in my green, so that way that area shows a little lighter. I want to create some value there. This is more like the abstract of maybe not necessarily trees, but grass or other kinds of foliage that make up this extra space. And then a little further away, we might create a little more of that green in there. We're just trying to create a little bit of differentiation there. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Okay, and this one, I'm going to say that it goes like that. And then it goes like that. Oop. There. Okay, and fill it in. Again, creating that kind of the stroke within that shape, so that way it helps me define later where those lines are going to be that form this actual tree shape when I actually put in the stained glass lines. Okay, and then this one's going to have a little bit going on with it. And it doesn't quite reach up to the side, so a little bit of smither of green there. And put a little bit of white down. And throw a little green back in. Rinse off my brush. How is your convention planning stuff going? I know you were getting close. You got a lot of great dresses planned. I am blessed to have an immense number of creative friends. And one of my friends in chat is working on 3 different ensembles, last I understood, for a convention. How exciting is that? All right, so I've got my green in, and now I'm going to go back and add in more of the yellow here, and it's going to be dappled in with a little bit of green, sort of like this idea that there are, like in the landscape, rocks and trees as you climb up the hill. And then in here we've got a little bit of green that'll appear, and then we've got, of course, Hogwarts is going to sit there. So I'm going to take a little bit of my darker green. So I'm not going to use very much of this, and I may go back and add some of it into some of my existing green, but probably not a whole lot. I cannot wait to see the Peggy dress done. That's going to look so cool. The Peggy dress is, for those who are watching the recording later, it is one of Gertie's Patreon patterns from, I think it was December of last year. And it has this really cute sort of underbust gathering detail. And I'm just peppering in some of this darker green here. Oh, you get to go to the fun store tomorrow. Are you going to Martin's? Was that the right name? Or are you shopping somewhere else for your fabric? Are you cheating on? Ah, Martin's. Nice. I wish we had good fabric discount stores like that here in North Central Florida. If anyone in chat or winds up watching this video later, if you know of a great fabric store that's in Central Florida, I want to know about it. Tell me all about it. Actually, no, don't tell me all about it. I do not have the money to shop for fabric. Most of the time I'm working with gifted to me fabric, remnants. I work with a lot of bed sheets and upcycling. And that has its own level of unique challenges. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing over here. I'm going to add just a touch of this darker green in here, just to create a little bit of more texture and value. I'm not completely filling it in. I'm just kind of creating a couple of loose C's in there, just to define the shape a little bit. It'll make it easier for me later. You're right, I don't have the room either. And I had to really change the way my sewing and painting area is laid out to do this, because the last time I did these, my room was set up very different. Oop, I just rolled out of frame. I had a panic attack almost this morning when I was starting to try and launch OBS for the first time in forever. And it was like, we don't know your password. We had to play that game. And so many software updates. That's how you know you haven't streamed in a long time. The sheer number of software updates. Okay, so we got kind of our green in there, and I need to put some of this green here in the middle frame too. And those seem to be like mostly like the concept of pine. And this area is dry enough for me to rest my hand on, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put my life in my hands there with that. And it looks like there's like this concept of a pine tree there. So I'm gonna fill that in. It's kind of a conical shape. And we've got a couple more like that. So I'm gonna put a couple of those up here. Okay, and another one kind of over here. And right now they look like little floating Mario lands. But I swear, it'll make sense. It will make sense. Every painting has got an ugly phase. And for this one, the entire thing will come together more at the end. It'll make sense. It'll all make sense in the end. Okay. We want a little bit kind of in this area, not a whole lot. Just kind of this suggestion of that there is some green there. Okay, and I think that's good for now. I'll go ahead and start kind of think I can put a little bit of that blue up a little higher here because it needs to kind of flow into this area. Create a pathway of water. Otherwise, Durmstrang could never get into the school. You know, they come in on the underwater ship. So we need to have a pathway of water. And because I don't want that to look super dark just there, I am going to let it have another little quick second layer in a couple of areas here, just because when you layer blue paint like this, it does get darker the more you layer. Okay, now I guess I'm ready for a little more yellow. And I'll be ready to start kind of putting in my Hogwarts area. And so I'm going to let it kind of come across here, let it join up a little bit. And then switch over to this little bit of this light green for a small little something between here. Rinse my brush. And time to kind of start thinking about my castle location. So we've got the main dining hall with all of the really pretty windows. It kind of goes here. So we're gonna make a little rectangle for that. And it's gonna be kind of a short one because I still need to slope for the roof. Right, and I'm gonna make the roof another triangle of sorts. And it's gonna go up and straight over. And it kind of goes like this. And this should be just a touch darker, so that way you can tell that it's the roof and not a continuation of the side of the building. So I'm going to intentionally go a little darker here. Okay, and then they show that that little trapezoid line there winds up being a sort of an orange shade. So I'm going to fill that in orange. My cadmium orange. Continue the triangle that way. And so I'm going to fill it in. Oop, just stuck my hand in my paint. That area was not yet dry enough to rest my hand on. Move over to the side. And that is definitely the danger when you're working with larger canvases. You always wind up running at risk of sticking your hand in your work. There isn't really a great place to rest my hand for this spot. It means I'm working faster than I anticipated. Okay, and I'm going to tone that orange down a little bit with a touch of yellow and a smidge of white, just like I did when I was working on her hair. It's just a little too vibrant. You want to dull it out a little bit. Now, all right, rinse off the brush. All right, and we kind of got, in our reference image, we've got these slightly lower little castle trivets making their way up. And I don't know if you've played Hogwarts Legacy or not, but you know that as you're making your way up to the Great Castle, there's this long stairway of steps coming from the base of the water all the way up. So you kind of got these little like suggestions of towers that from this walkway that leads up from the banks of the water to where the Great Hall is. So we're gonna go ahead and stick that in there. And we're gonna do one right over here. And a little bit of a triangle topper on it in a slightly darker color. And I'm going to do a second one that is kind of over here. It's a little skinnier. And then put a little triangle on the top of it. And so now we've kind of got the suggestion of this walkway. And in the in-between there, we'll need to put some of that kind of lightened up orange, because that's kind of what they had there as dimension in between. So we're going to put that kind of there. And it helps kind of break up the color. And it's a bit of an outcropping. It's going to kind of go like this. If you hear my dog in the background, it is because he is complaining that it is dinner time and the partner has not woken up to give them dinner yet. So he has got his nose to the door frame waiting for him to wake up. Like, where is my food, Dad? I'm starving. Okay, and I'm going to put a little bit of this kind of yellow here because it does kind of sit on top of this yellow section. All right, and then we're going to put a bit of our green in there. We're going to mix it up with a couple of different. I'm going to put another layer of my dark green on my existing dark green so it's really nice and dark in comparison to what I'm going to put down next. And same with this one. I want those nice and rich. Okay. And now we've kind of got this, just this green space kind of filling in there. And we've got some more like this idea of a tree. Here. All right, and we've got a little more of that kind of going on in the background up here. So I'm going to put just some suggestions of the idea of the green there. And we've got a little bit of a chimney coming off the top. So we'll do that a little lighter. And we've kind of got another little turret off to the side over here. Okay, now I'm going to take some straight black. And I'm just going to draw a few little lines here for windows. Because it's got those big open archway windows. Okay, so that there. Now we're going to go ahead and kind of block in the rest of this in assorted bits of this yellow and orange. So we're going to do a little bit of a an orange shape there. And I'm going to put a little more orange on my brush. Or on my palette, excuse me. And a little random section of it up here. And now a little bit of the rest of this upper area is going to be, oh, I didn't do my shape for the clover on that one. I'll have to add that in and paint over it. I'm not worried about that though. I'll deal with that when I deal with the frame. Okay, and there's not a good place to rest my hand here, so I'm going to put it off to the side. There's a good chance a lot of this part up in the upper isn't going to show a whole lot by the time I add the little whatever that goes up there, but I'm going to wait until it's dry to deal with that part. Okay, so we've kind of got this middle shape filled in. I'm going to take a moment to go wake up my spouse so that way my dogs can have their dinner. I'll be right back. Thank you for being patient. Okay. So I'm going to kind of finish telling this story off to the side with this yellow and green mix and a little bit of the building over here. All right, so we're going to see a little more of Hogwarts. But I am going to stick a little sliver of my yellow in because there is this little space between. All right, and now we're going to pick up our gray. And we're going to outline our building here. And we're going to create just a little bit of a rectangle. And then it's going to kind of do an upside down trapezoid. And then up to a triangle. And we're going to have a little kind of rectangle in the building next door. And it's a little lower, so it's going to go here. And it's going to extend all the way over. That might be a bridge, or it's a little undetermined. It's just kind of part of the Hogwarts campus, and it's off in the background. I'm going to darken this one up a little bit so that way it's clear that they're not all the same shape, that these are different parts of the same thing. Okay, I'm going to rinse off. We've got kind of a green square in between there, and then we're going to break it up with some yellow. And then we have a little bit of like just kind of smatters of this yellow that appear. And again, I'm going to go back and I'm going to add the rounded part like I did for this up here after this area is dry. I'm just going to go ahead and fill it in and then paint over top of it. On this side, it's going to be mostly sort of a dark green. I'm going to mix in some of that lighter green in here for some variation. Despite this being kind of sort of complex, it's a great painting for a beginner because it is mostly just blocking. It's just very detailed blocking. Okay, so we've kind of got that little spot filled in. You can kind of see that it's like this forest that leads up to this building area and a little bit of the forest behind it. And now we're going to recreate the same effect on the other side minus the building. So we've got this kind of yellow cropping. And it kind of goes down and around a little bit here. And a little more. Oop, give me just a moment. Sorry about that. All right. And a little more of our yellow over here. And then we're going to be mostly kind of swapping between that dark green, which you need more of, and that lighter green to kind of fill in the space. Okay, so we're going to fill kind of a round shape in. Another kind of round shape. All right, and now I'm going to fill the rest in with the lighter green. Okay, and when this area is dry, we will go ahead and put in that circular shape like down here. But for now, we're just trying to fill it in. Okay, so we've got that kind of filled in. It's telling the story of sort of like the sunset against the forest. Very picturesque. Okay, and now we're going to go up higher. All right, now we're going to work on our upper third for the color blocking portion. All right, and we've got more of Hogwarts over here, so we'll start with that. And it's going to be a rectangle, a slightly wider rectangle, and then a triangle. All right, now we're going to fill it in. Okay, so we've got our first little spire up there. And I think that's actually it for, oh no, there's one other small little spire that's sort of off the distance over here. So we'll put that in, right? So that we're done with Hogwarts. There's no more Hogwarts to paint, at least for this color blocking section. All right, and now we've kind of got this light green that's kind of filling in the bulk of this space here to about there. And it kind of just kind of meets in from over here. So we'll have a little in our corner over here. And then we're going to see a little bit of our sunset kind of yellow happening in the background. And it's going to go to about like here. And I'm going to do the same thing with this, with these as I did with this. I'm not going to pre-do the cover piece. I'm just going to go and fill that in after it's dry. Paint over top of my paint. And we've got a little bit of this over here. Okay. And we've got a little bit of a tree hanging out in that spot. So I am going to put, I still have just the tiniest bit of this burnt sienna still dry, or still on my palette. So I'm going to do just a little streak there. Rinse the brush, put down some of my dark green, just kind of a little tuft of it, nothing too crazy, just the idea that there's a tree there. And we've got a little bit of light green, again off to the side. And then we've got some more of this. We're going to switch a little over into that orange color. And it's kind of going to go up like that. I'm going to mix it with a little bit of the yellow. Right, and a little more of the regular yellow kind of above that. And it's going to go up a little more. And then we're going to have a little bit of blue. We're going to introduce light blue. We'll be using a little bit of this down here in the water. And that might be a good time to go ahead and add that in while I've got it on my palette. So, but we'll do what we need to do with our sky first. All right, so we're gonna create a little bit of a sky pocket right here. And while I've got this kind of just on my brush, because I'm not going to use it again over here anywhere, I'm going to do a couple of little ovals over top of my blue, just a couple bubbles, that kind of creating little depths and valleys of light in the water. And we've got kind of a long piece there. Cloud. My dogs have a horrible habit of licking themselves quite aggressively. Absolutely. I'll post it to Instagram. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me for a little bit. Right, and we're gonna have a little blue bubble here. And we're going to have kind of a wave down here in this corner. All right, so we've got kind of this idea of water over there. And now we're going to do some here. And because I did like greatly wind up changing this a little bit, I'm not going to have as much of this here because I made my mermaid not to scale, but that's okay. And we're going to have like a couple of bits that kind of come off the side of this rock situation here. And there'll be a couple little small ones here, so we'll just create a couple little pebbles, ripples of water. And a couple of smaller ones up here. And a couple over here. Right, so we kind of got our little hints of water in there in the middle of the depths of the valleys and whatnot. And I may go back and add a couple with my dotting tool too, but we'll see. And so we've got a nice big piece here. So we'll add it in. And kind of this idea of some kind of continuing here. We've got a little off to the side. We're just kind of creating some water shapes here. And just a few more kind of up here. Some smaller ones. My dog is currently climbing under my easel, so I apologize if it's shaking. Okay, so we kind of went ahead and did that little bit there. Kind of got the story of our water in a little bit more. All that because I did a little bit of sky. All right, I'm going to rinse my brush. I wish I could change the camera angle a little bit so you could see my dog just hanging out underneath my easel here. Just chilling. Okay. So we've got a little bit of light green we need to put in. And it's kind of going to go swoop up. And then we're going to see some dark blue start to make its appearance back in here for the sky. And a little bit of light blue will appear up here. And I'm going to bring my light blue down a little more. Okay, I'm going to rinse my brush. Okay, and now I'm going to put a little more light green on my palette. And a little more of my cad yellow. Actually, no, a little more of my orange. It looks like I may be done with the yellow for now. Okay. So we've got this idea of some dark green in the corner. So I'll plot that in first. And then we've got a little bit of a, well, I guess I lied. There is a tiny little bit of a spire there. We do have a little more Hogwarts. Just a tiny little triangle of it though. Okay, and then some more green. And then we've got some green over here. Kind of a patch of it. And then a patch of green over here. Rinse my brush. Come back in with my orange. And it's not going to go quite as high as that did. We're going to have some valleys kind of created there. And break up that green with a little more orange. And this one we're going to let come up a little higher and come down. Okay, so we've got our first little base layer in there. I'm going to touch up my lighter green here with just a touch of my dark, just adding a few brush strokes of it in. Because I'm going to come back in and I'm going to do a layer of soft kind of green here. It's going to go all the way down to here. Okay, and we're going to go over a little further. and then we're going to add in some more orange. We've got kind of a smidgen of it here. And it's kind of an irregular lumpy shape, so we'll kind of play with that. And we've got some kind of lumpy orange over here. Fill that in. All right, rinse my brush. Okay. And we've got kind of some dark green happening now in the center. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Kind of sweep the shape here. And it looks like it kind of like frames. So it's going to go like that. And we see it meet up with the lighter greens there. So I'll leave that spot alone for now. Okay. And I'm going to take in my lighter green. And it's going to continue that kind of swooping shape. And change this piece a little bit. There we go. All right, and we've got a little patch of like this kind of blue, and it's gonna be kind of right here. So I'll go ahead and put that in since it's sort of focal. Okay, rinse my brush. And it kind of gets surrounded in orange. So I'm going to take this, oh, actually there's a little bit more dark green under there. And we've got a little bit of that blue that kind of comes there too, like a small sliver of it. So I'll put that sliver of blue in. And then go back and add in my dark green. Okay. Now I'm going to touch up my shape here a little bit because it got a little away from me. So I'm just going to put a little bit of white over where I want to course correct. There we go. Okay, and now I'm going to surround it in orange. You know what's funny is I actually sort of hate the color orange. It's sort of amazing that I didn't like wholesale change all of the colors in this painting because I do not like warm colors. But I did want to paint something that was at least somewhat recognizable as the prefect bathroom painting. And the rest of it kind of forms this halo of orange around this. So I'll mark off that area just so I know I don't go too big. Not that going too big is usually a bad thing, but I don't want to lose the entire scale of what I was working on. Okay, and continuing to kind of fill this halo of orange in. Okay, I'm gonna rinse my brush. And I'm going to finish kind of filling in the rest of this space. We've got a little bit of light green that kind of comes up here. We talk about it for a little bit in this little section. We've got a little bit of a story of some light green that can kind of continues. A little on the other side, a little unbalanced. It's not meant to be symmetrical. We don't want that. Okay, and then we've got some dark green at play again. And it'll kind of gonna go here. And a little more kind of on this side. And a little bit of light green. And a little more dark green on this side. And then I'm going to start bringing in some blue. Okay, so we've got a little bit of blue that connects around in here. And it looks like, actually I should mark out my yellow circle up at the top so I don't lose it. And the yellow circle is going to go right here. There we go. That way I don't accidentally paint over the area in blue because that would be exceedingly hard to paint over top of. So I'm going to go ahead and round it circle my yellow circle in my blue. And we're kind of going to go and fill in from here. Flat. My dog is looking again. Give me just a second. I gotta find the squirt gun. Oh, he stopped. I won't worry about it. Okay, and it's gonna go kind of off to the side here. And now we're going to go ahead and fill in the remainder of this side right here in the dark green. Running out of good places to stick my hand so that I don't rest it in wet paint. Okay, and then the rest of this up here is going to be this light blue. Yes, I'm going to rinse off my brush. And now I'm going to start telling a story on the other side. Actually, I think I needed to put a little bit of light blue in between there that I didn't. So I'm going to kind of force create it there. Paint over some of that dark green. Just a small smidgen. All right, and now we're going to fill in this side. And we're oh, I need more dark green. Okay, so we've got sort of a dark green shape in this bottom left corner. And it kind of goes into a little bit of a light green shape. And we've got kind of some light green that kind of peeks out of the corner. And then we've got some orange that goes in. So I'm going to rinse my brush. Take some orange, and we've got kind of a round shape there. And a round shape there. So we're going to fill those in. And then we've got some light green. That kind of slopes and then joins into a dark green in the corner here. So I'll fill this in with my light green. And then go after my dark green. We've got kind of a little bit of that there. We've got a little bit of shadow. And we've got a large orange area that's going to go kind of there. And if your colors bleed, that's fine, because remember, wherever you see changes in color, you're going to see a black line later. Rinse my brush. And now we're going to see some more light green, and we're starting to see some more of our sky again. Our sky starts to make a small appearance. Our light blue. So I'm going to put a smidgen of it in here. You've got two little pebbles kind of back to back of that blue. And then kind of gets surrounded in green from this side and from that side. Okay. And then we've got our dark blue coming back into the picture again. And it's going to be kind of a smattering right there. And we're going to see it come up a little bit from there too. It is going to kind of make its way up to the center a little. And then the rest is going to be light blue. And we're almost done with our color blocking. We're almost there, and then we'll start adding in the actual details that kind of make this painting what it is. All right, I need some more of my light blue. Is this whole upper middle section right here is light blue. Right, and then we've got a little bit of dark blue kind of right here. And we see a little bit of dark blue here in this like bottom divot. And then on the other side, we kind of see the same thing. It's kind of up in this corner. I don't want them exactly the same though, so I'm going to use a variation, slightly different shape. And we kind of see it do like a bubble bit there. So we'll fill that spot in, and then the rest will be light blue. Actually, I don't like that ratio. I think I'm going to add a little more dark blue on this side. All right, now I'm happier with it. All right, now I'm going to switch over to my filbert, because now I'm working with a larger area. Just kind of filling in that space. Starting to come together to look like something now, isn't it? Being very careful not to put my hand, rest my wrist down on the painting because everywhere where my hand could go is wet. Okay. I'm gonna rinse my brush. And I am gonna go back in and add some like green detail. Throw in some of that dark green down in the bottom where the black lake is. It won't be incredibly noticeable, but I think it should go in there. So I'm just gonna throw a few little like squibbles of green. Not unlike I did with the light blue. Just because there is algae and whatnot down there too. So it would not be unreasonable to expect there to be some green in there. There. Now I'm happy with that. All right, rinse my brush. All right, we have color blocked in everything but the arch. So we are going to go ahead and start that. And it's going to be a light gray. And we're going to do a little bit of detailing in there too. So I'm going to switch to my angle brush. And I've got some white and black on here, mostly white. And I'm just going to fill it in, and I'm going to make sure that my strokes match the shape so that way it all looks like lighting hitting this metal frame. You don't want it to be like solid color. You do kind of want some streaks of like white and black because a frame isn't going to be a solid color. The light's going to all hit it differently. I need to put some more paint on my palette. And I'm going to switch my brush because I'm not liking the result this one is giving me. I'm going to switch to my one straight. Being careful not to mess up the areas that I've painted. I just want to kiss along the side of them. And I do intentionally want to leave some visible brush strokes, like I said. I am going to do the whole outside before I do the inside. Okay, and then I'm going to do up here. And there. All right, and now I'm going to go down. I need to put a little more black back into my white. It kind of disappeared. Just a little drop. And I'm going to do these vertical ones first because if you look at the reference image, the crossbar takes priority over the vertical bar. Except for on these vertical ones in the bottom, the vertical seems to take priority. So you just got to look which overlapping line winds up on top. And I need to paint back in some of my white. Some of my little mini brush strokes got lost there. All right, and now for this side. And I lost a little bit of my white there, so add that back in. In this part, it's not supposed to be visible, like which part is in front of the other, and that very center cross section. So I'm trying to make those a very similar shade where they meet in the middle. Right, and now we're gonna add some of my little white strokes back in because they kind of got lost. Right, and now we've got our upper cross beam here. And I need a little more white in my palette. And now for the other side. And now we've got this horizontal crossbar here and here. All right, and we need kind of a really light center to that because the light's hitting that really hard, but we'll hit back to that in a second. And then for this one, I almost think I want to switch to the filbert for this because this area is really small to work with. All right, I'm going to rinse this brush and then switch over to my detail brush. So I kind of want a little more emphasis on the white in these crossbars. So I'm going to take some more straight white. And kind of hit it across the center. And I'm just going to kind of pepper some lines in there. Because I would guess that this frame would be kind of metal in nature, it would bounce light all around. So there would be a lot of light refraction happening. And it just adds a little bit of texture and dimension. And in these areas I just did. All right, now I know you're wondering, what am I doing with that little white area? All right. These are also that grayish metal. But I want these to be framed a little darker. So I'm going to outline them in black. And then fill the rest in with that gray. but I want it to be like a darker gray. Right, so we kind of got that shape in there, and I'm going to do the same on the other side. Okay, and we're now going to do the same thing up here. We're going to fill in that's the suggestion of that shape that kind of rounds it off. And just because I'm a tiny bit anxious about messing up all my work, I'm going to do it in chalk first. Okay. And now we'll start to fill that area in. Right, and then I'm going to kind of touch up that outline here. That way it's really nice and dark there. Right, and I'm going to chalk it in and do the same on the other side. Line it. Okay. Ooh, a little more black there. Right, and then I'm going to touch up that outline there with the black. So that way it's nice and shadowed. Okay, rinse my brush. Let's round it off a tiny bit. That kind of got away from me. All right, with that done, we'll now do the upper side. And it's a little bit different for these top third. So we've got kind of a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and for symmetry's sake, I'm going to go ahead and draw the other one too. Okay, so I've got the two side ones chalked in, and I'm intentionally leaving the middle for last. Okay. Not really a good place to rest my hand. Normally I would flip it, but I don't want to risk the camera getting all fuzzy by me moving it. So I apologize. This is about to get weird, for me at least. I have to stand up and do a kiss the side kind of situation. And again, re-outline the black just so that it creates this idea of a shadow. And now for the other side. Right, and put some white on my brush so that way I can mix it and make that nice dark gray. Right, and then retouch up the outline in black. Right, and now for the center. All right, so I'm going to chalk it out first. And it is the same sort of cluster of 3. So, but I don't want to lose too much of my Hogwarts here because I changed my scaling. So I'm going to let it go as high as I can so I don't lose too much of my little Hogwarts here. Need a little more balance. There. Okay. All right, outline in black. I am sadly going to lose a little bit of my Hogwarts. And I didn't quite go to my chalk mark, so I'm going to wipe off my chalk mark. I'll do that with a brush. And now I'm just kind of filling that space in. And it shouldn't necessarily be black, but it should be dark. And then retouch up my outline with the black. Okay, and now we're going to do up here. And while I'm right there, actually, oh no, I won't do that yet. All right, and then the middle spire is a lot like that one in that we're kind of creating that sort of like a bubble tree. You got a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then angle it down. All right, so we'll outline in black. And now we're going to fill it in. And this side. Again, the gray should be darker than the framing. Touch up my outline. And our basic color blocking is done. Now we're going to add in all of the details that make, I mean, this is pretty great all on its own, but it can be even better. Stick around to watch this transform. Okay, so we've got our shape in. I did decide that my mermaid was just a little too dark, so I am going to lighten her up a little bit just by adding a little bit of white in a couple of strategic areas. I got to looking at her face in the reference image and it was just too dark. We wouldn't be able to see the details of her face when I paint them on with them as they are. So we're just going to add a little bit of some lighting to her. And I'm not like wholesale repainting all of her, just adding some strokes of white into what's already there, just as a lightening measure. No, I'm happier with her now. She's got a little more definition. All right, now we are going to use a ton of black. This is the all black show from this point. We are going to be putting in our stained glass lines. Grab the thinnest brush at your disposal, and you will want it wet. We want a very thin, clean line. All right, so we're going to start outlining what is already there, and I'm going to start from the top. Okay, so I'm going to outline my actual shape up here, my little diamond shape. And we've got some loose pieces. There's not a whole lot because this space is very small. So we're just going to create some wavy lines that break up that space. All right, now for this one, we're going to outline here. Be very conscientious of where you're sticking your hand, so that way you're not putting your hand in wet paint. All right, and I'm going to outline the colors I already have. My blue and my other blue. But now I'm going to break up the space. All right, so I'm going to create a little bit of a swiggle there. Break up there. You don't want any one piece to be too big. All right, now I'm going to outline this one. All right, now I'm going to outline my shades of blue where my color changes happen. And just like with the other one, I'm going to break up the pieces. Okay. All right, now we're going to outline our middle piece here. Be careful, it's probably still a little wet. All right, and I'm going to outline all my colors. Everywhere the color changes. And this is going to get a little tricky finding a good spot to stick your hand. Right, and now that I got all the colors outlined, now I'm going to break up the shapes. All right, and that one is now finished. Now I'm going to move on to the left panel over here. And outlining all the color changes. All right, I'm going to break up a couple of the pieces because they're a little big. All right, and now for the other side. Right, and as before, outline the colors. Anywhere the color changes. Right, I'm going to break up a couple of these of this like little larger piece. All right, so the whole upper third is finished. Right, now for the middle third. Again, we're going to start with outlining the colors. Right, and getting a thin line on like these little tree branches. Definitely make sure you've got water on your brush so that way you can make a nice clean line. So we don't want our trunks to wind up super huge as a result of us outlining them. And we're going to kind of outline our tree. And this little kind of shape here. And I'm going to break up just a couple of these smaller pieces, just so they're not quite so smushed. Okay, so we've got that side done. All right, now we start to work on the top half of the middle. All right, and I need a little more paint in my palette. All right, and I want to outline all these changes in color. And we've got a lot of them up here. Lots of changes in color. All right, we have a lot going on in this little section, so I definitely want to be mindful that I'm not making my lines super thick. All right, now we're starting to outline the mermaid herself. All right, we're also going to outline those dabs of green we created and those dabs of blue. Okay. I'm not going to draw in her facial features yet. I'm just outlining the color at this point. I'm going to add in all of those details afterwards. Right, we're getting there. We're starting to see something. We're starting to look good. All right, before I go any further down the middle, I'm going to tackle the farthest to the side. Actually, while I'm right here, I may as well kind of separate some of this blue while I'm right there. Nothing too major. Okay, so I'm going to separate this. And we're continuing to outline. And if anywhere you had an area that you thought was too wide, you can use your outline on the inside of that spot to kind of thin out your line if you were wanting to do that. Right, and I'm going to kind of break up this piece a little bit. Just so that they're not quite so large. Okay, that's done. Continuing. Now we're going to do over in this corner. Right, and I'm going to outline where my colors change. My little spots of light blue and green. Right, now I just got to break up these big blue pieces a little bit. Some random swirls. All right, and now I'm going to continue in the lower half of that middle piece. I think I had a whoopsie there. Science says that her tail has to at least go to the edge of the rock. So let me fix that real quick. There we go. Right, now I'm outlining this bottom piece. Outline my bubbles down here. Or stones. I'm not sure what they're meant to be. Maybe they're just disturbances in the water. Need a little more black in my palette. All right, now we're gonna start breaking up the mermaid a little bit. All right, so we've got a bend at her wrist. Too much paint on my brush. Okay. We've got a break at the elbow. We've got some round eyes, well, round-ish eyes. Kind of dot for nose. And she's kind of at a frown. And there's a break at the neck. We've got a little bit of a thing for her bust there. And her hair has some definition. Let me kind of see her hair kind of split there. I didn't do the little wispy hair piece there, and I may post edit add that back in, but I'm not sure. We got kind of a split there. Oh. All right, and now we've got kind of a bit for her hip. And a few kind of horizontal ones. And then the rock is made up of a ton of tiny little ones. So we're gonna start breaking it up. And they shouldn't have any rhyme or reason to them. Just break it up small. All right, and now we're ready to continue on to the other side. So I do need to let this bit dry before I can add in any additional work into her hair. Actually, let me do that. All right. All right, outline where the colors change. right, we're almost done here. All right, we gotta break up the big pieces of dark blue. All right, and now I am typically finished, but I do want to show you if you want to make a change and something's finished, how to do it. So I want to add back where I didn't include that little piece of orange hair that kind of goes out front. So what I'm going to do is paint the spot that I want to change white. All right, and it kind of comes from here. And goes there. So I want to add this little sliver of hair that crosses over to the front of her body that for whatever reason, when I was painting it in, I either didn't remember it, didn't think about it. I don't know, but we're going to add it in now. All right, so I'm filling it in white. Okay, now that it's there, I'm going to take my orange and go over top of it. Being careful not to touch anywhere where my paint is still wet. All right, now I'm going to outline it in black. I might stick a little white in there. Okay, and because I changed a little bit around her face, I am gonna extend like her bust line out a little bit. Change the shape of that just a little. paint it out and add it back. There we go. That's a better spot for it. And kind of touch up around her. Actually, no, I think I'm happy with it. All right, now is the time to make any final adjustments, and then I'm gonna sign it, and this bitch is done. Thank you for, hanging out with me while I painted the Prefects Mermaid bathroom. And I'm gonna sign it. E C. All right, that's a wrap, folks. So you can find the traceable on my Patreon, and I'm gonna bring it up close off of the There we go. All right, so here is all of the details. What do you think? Did I do a good job? All right, you have a great night, guys.